stop their beating until we're dust. Until we're dust. Until we're dust.
Some heart on a battered and barren road. Together though we're worlds apart, in unison bear the load. But we will never hold a weight if we cannot communicate. Pass it on, not yet gone. And we will ever isolate if we cannot communicate. Pass it on. Listen to each other, hope is there inside us all. We're sisters and we're brothers, but we're never ever gonna make it better alone. No, we're never ever gonna make it better alone. Are getting colder, time and terror block out the sun. We're fragile, growing older, there's no solace policy for the young, and we will never recreate if we cannot communicate. Pass it on, not yet gone. And we ain't making nothing great if we cannot communicate. Pass it on and on and on. Tearing down the walls, listen to each other. Hope is there inside us all. We're sisters and we're brothers, but we're never ever gonna make it better alone. No, we're never ever gonna make it better alone. Tearing down the walls, listen to each other. Hope is there inside us all. We're sisters and we're brothers, but we're never ever gonna make it better alone. No, we're never ever gonna make it better alone. No, 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 never alone, no. No, 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 never alone. No, 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 never alone, no. No, 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 never alone. We are not yet gone. You're never alone. Never alone, no. No, 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 come back together. So many lonesome hearts come back together, and we will never be apart again. You're never
Down the river, baby. You sold me down the river. Down the river, baby. You sold me down the river. Oh, hey, hey. Oh, you got me loose. Hey, hey. Down the river blue. I'm taking in what I can get, but I can't find the answers yet. Head in the water, slow my mind. I hold my breath until I'm found. In the starlight, I'm healing. In this distance, I'm bleeding.
Good evening, everybody. I'm here eventually. And we're gonna do some more coding tonight. Hopefully. Give me one moment here. Let's see if this comes up properly. It is the wrong thing. There we go. Now we're on the right thing. Excellent. All that stuff. All that good stuff. Before we go any further, I need to... Where's my Windows sounds? Oh, crap. Didn't want to do a search. I especially did not want up edge there. Sounds. System sound. There we go. Where we got this? Notification, is that the one? That's the one. Let's turn that bastard off. Cool. Alright. That's getting a bit annoying. Every time a notification comes up on Windows, I have it be making a noise. As it does. Alright. Anyway, my friends, we're back, and I'm doing some more coding tonight. Today, do more chat things. A couple of things I want to try to accomplish with the chat. We got kind of some more basics in there as I went through, and now it's time to get a little bit more stuff going. As we do. And, we can chat about things too as we go along here, my friends. Jesus, I turned that sound off. Why are you still playing that sound? Hey, Vizia, welcome on in. Welcome. More system sounds. Why did that still go? Going pretty good. Oh, how about no sound? There we go. That I'll just turn. You won't let me turn that one sound off? I'll turn all Windows sounds off. There we go. That works. That works better. All right. Yeah, it's going good. It's going good. Just getting started up. Right now, and it's gonna be chilling and chatting and coding and all of the above, hopefully. And curious. Let's see what they have a station for Forza Horizon. I'm curious what that sounds like. Let's try. Let's see what that. Let's stick with it for a little bit. See what it does. Right there. There we go. Get that bigger for everybody to see. This is up running here. We got this. Let's get this. Pretty sure I have the latest here. I'm pretty sure I do. Everything's up to date. Alright. Clean and build. Alright. Clean this. work directory. Start this up and make sure everything's running from where we left it last time. Where is the it's still working? It is. Awesome. Alright. The chat's still working. So, a couple things with the chat. First of all, I want to get a list of people who are connected to the chat. And we had started looking at how to do that here. We got this subscribe mapping thing, which is a little bit strange. But it's got a repository, participant repository on it. It's got, what's strange about it is it's got a second thing there. A little weird. Like it's got a second topic that it's got like a separate topic that it subscribes to. I'm not a fan. I'd like to get everyone, I'd like to get all the subscriptions that have happened on the current topic. So we'll have to see here. And so I have to see how bring subscribe mapping. Use okay and methods of annotation only be triggered. Destination contains one subscribe mapping. Subscribe mapping will react only to the subscribe messages with destination matching the topic set in the annotation. Okay, that's only when someone subscribes to it. And message mapping is only when send messages come through. That's what I was kind of missing. It was like, how does that actually work? Okay. Okay, so that's interesting. So then, you know, Esther Labs is having just problems in general right now. Constantly disconnecting and reconnecting, and what's going on there? So the thing is, though, subscribe map. Is there? I also want to track people who have unsubscribed. We've got this send chat mess, but really it's not send chat message though. It'd be this topic here, right? I would think so. If I do public, handle it in here. Collection, login event, retrieve participants. They're going out to the repository and saying get active sessions. But really, this is people who have just subscribed, right? So I wonder why that would be done that way. Like, I could just as easily say, okay, this person came in, I can now put them in a map somewhere. Let me see something. Let me see. Let's do void. Yep. Driver. Here. That's scribes. I'd like to know what I have access. Right. What's this giving access? Mapping subscription messages onto specific handler methods based on the destination of a subscription. Order will stomp over WebSocket only. Okay. Method level annotation that can be combined with a type level message mapping. Okay. Supports the same method arguments as message mapping. However, subscription messages typically do not have a body. Okay. So it basically has a principal and a channel name. Return value also follows the same rules as for message mapping, except that the method is not annotated with send to or send to user. The message is sent directly back to the connected user and does not pass through the message broker. This is useful for implementing a request-reply pattern. Make sure you consistently put all your mapping annotations, such as message mapping and subscribe mapping, on the controller interface rather than on the implementation. Alright, so that's good to know. Let's turn this down just a little bit, because even though it's like 15%, it sounds freaking loud as hell. Okay, so then this takes basically a principal and the channel name with the destination variable. Take the okay, so that's good. So we can get the user out of that, theoretically. And then all I really need to do is put that somewhere. Put that data somewhere. So I'd like to have like a registry or something. Do I have like a separate configuration, right? For these. Socket config. Yeah. So what I'm going to do is in here, let's just make a bean that I control that's just like I guess the rich presence or whatever. Just something to know who's connected to where and when. Now I wonder, is there an unsubscribe mapping? How do we know? How do you know on a subscribe? Don't subscribe frame. Mapping. How do you know if someone, so we got that. How do you know if someone unsubscribed? Have some topics, receive some messages, and set these topics on a server, and also send those messages. They may unsubscribe and disconnect. Process the message students. Only receive subscribe messages. And so bring up unsubscribe. Subscribe destination from an unsubscribed frame. Try and remove it in unsubscribe frame. How do I get a destination? There's an ID header which must match the ID header provided by the client who originally sent the corresponding subscribe frame. Where could this go? But not quite from wonder. The spring WebSocket project, very basic page to test it. Definitely unsubscribe that. Just because the listener is not triggered. WebSocket, stop unsubscribe from present handler. Got a full event handler. Description. Make a broker not register description. Now interceptor implementation and register your interceptor. Reboot WebSocket. How do I know when a client has unsubscribed? Okay. Subscribe mapping. Okay, he's doing basically what I'm doing. Service key. Right. Go stay forever, you don't clean out. Hey, respect your suggestions. You can listen to the events. That's an unsubscribe event like that. Oh, destination. Description ID and destination. Delete the map entry based on the description ID. What does he say here? Current map, I call it subscription. Whenever a client subscribes to the publication, I store the subscription ID and the destination. That way, when a client subscribes, I just delete the map entry. Unsubscribes, I just delete the map entry based on the subscription ID. So it looks like basically just do listeners. Is message get headers get destination. So we have session unsubscribe event. So brings sessions subscribe event. What does that look like? Course message principal. Session subscribe, and then session unsubscribe. Theme. In basic line there. But the user can be nullable. I guess is the same on the other one. Click destination channel a session unsubscribe event. And destination for a session subscribe event is trivial. Event get message, get destination. Let's see, carry destination channel. Destination is null. Remember the subscription ID with the destination for future lookup. Okay, so session ID header. Header accessor session ID session get. Okay. Comp header accessor. Unique subscription ID, which uses a key for a map to save data about the subscription, including the destination. Okay. Okay, so basically, save the session ID. And we'll subscribe. Headers. I see. Hey, G Money, Man Money. Welcome on in. What is memory leak? It is a condition on which a program crashes over time because it continues to use up memory without clearing out memory that it already handled. Hence, it has a memory leak. Handle unsubscribe. So, okay. So it's doing. They're just saving it by session. Is that why people have to restart games or programs that they perform poorly after a while? Sometimes. Actually, probably most of the time, yes. If something starts to really chug or perform badly over time, it can be, a lot of times it can be due to a memory leak. Sometimes it could just be due to internal data structures just getting too large over time. You know, like, for instance, a game that comes to mind would be like Deus Ex Invisible War. Whenever they would load a new level, or whenever you'd go through a loading screen in that game, which that game had a lot of loading screens, it would basically terminate the game and then relaunch it immediately. In order to clear out memory, because they had problems with like a lot of memory leaks in that game where their data structures would just grow and grow and grow, and then it would affect the performance of the game because it had trouble finding, you know, the objects and stuff that it wanted because it had to go through so much crap to find them. And so when you play that game on Windows now, during loading screens, you'll often see the desktop, your desktop show up for briefly and then go away, because the game is literally terminating itself and then relaunching itself into the next level or into the next section of the level. That was their big fix for not being able to figure out why they had a memory leak and why their data structures weren't being cleared up and all that stuff. So yeah, it can cause those issues. Okay, so this event list. What is that annotation? I wonder what that annotation is. Is that? I've never. Brain event. Annotation. Active method supports a single event to the application event instances as well as arbitrary object. So Marks method as a listener for application event. I guess I'll try that. I've never used that before. I guess I'll try it. Why not? I don't need this and that. Because I'm going to do a generic listener for everything. Which sounds better in the long run. Even though I'll have a bunch of different topics, but I think it'll still be a good idea to be able to track who's subscribed to what. Because, you know, we'll have the chat, obviously, for the stream chat. But then I'm also thinking of having like potentially like a channel. Ooh, excuse me, not a channel topic. Like a user notification topic that would allow you to see notifications that are directed at you. For instance, like you were gifted a sub or something like that, and you're not necessarily on a particular channel when it comes in, that kind of thing. So I'd like to look at that. This we'll keep this playlist going for a little bit. I don't know, doesn't seem like it's all that great. The one thing that's going to be weird here. No, it'll be fine because it'll be generic enough that it's just you're just grabbing the destination. So where the hell do I put? I don't necessarily want to put it under config. Guess it just deserves a not really back. I guess it's kind of back. You know what? I'll just, you know what? I'll make it its own thing for now, and then if I want to rejigger it later, I can. Thumbs up. I'll just call it that. And then here, we'll do, I don't want to call it, I guess I'll call it, WebSockets, or I guess, event handler. Have that. Active as a component. And then how do they have this here? Session subscribe and session unsubscribe. Okay. And they're both void. And I just gotta find a place to put it. I guess, I guess it wouldn't hurt to just put them inside here. I could store all the stuff just inside this class. Or should I put that somewhere else? Maybe I should put that somewhere else. Or actually, you know what? Let's rename it. After rename stump. Present. We'll call it that. Or well. I'm presence handler. I don't have to get too fancy about it. Logger. There we go. That logger in there, and then yeah, private. Static. Mat. Ring. Will be a string of IDs and destination. And it's really probably should be a, well, it'll be implemented as a concurrent hash map. Private, so and well, the ID is going to be different. Session ID should be different for every time they subscribe. But I really just need the string in the destination, the ID in the destination. Yeah. But really, I want more than that, though. I want, yeah, I think we should have an object there. So it'll be, but how am I going to do it, bud? I want to make it as efficient as possible, but at the same time, I want to make the code as clean as possible. I also want to, I'm also going to want to be able to see everybody who's at a particular destination easily. Because the destinations are going to be topics which are going to be unique in and of themselves. So they could be keys into it, but the problem is the unsubscribe doesn't have destination, so I'd have to go then find the correct thing to unsubscribe them from, the correct message ID, to which means I'd have to search through everything. Is not efficient. I think having this almost like I need to I don't really want to maintain 2 maps. Help it.
Oh, the Moopsie is free!
Oh, Acorn 1010. Thank you for the hosts. Welcome on in, everybody. Welcome. How was your stream, Acorn? Hopefully it is well. Welcome on in, everybody. Just writing some code and just chilling out right now. As I tend to do on Friday nights, and then Saturday afternoons I have a longer coding session. Hey Acorn, how's it going? How was your stream? Everything going well? But welcome on in, everybody. Welcome. I mostly stream games, but I also occasionally do some coding streams like this, which are really combination coding, chatting streams. Really, I can't bring myself to do a pure just chatting stream, so I need to be doing something. So this is kind of a half and half kind of thing. But welcome on in, everybody. I hope everyone's doing well. Hope everyone's had a good week so far, and you're ready for the weekend, or you've already started the weekend, depending on what your time zone is. I am currently working on a project that Is that too loud? No, I think that's okay. I'm currently working on a project that I'm dubbing Hex, which is a essentially open source implementation of a live streaming site like Twitch or YouTube or Kick or whatever. I'm writing one from scratch and taking my time doing it, just doing it for fun, putting it out there as open source. No plans to ever actually launch it myself, but you know, I'm sure someone with time and money could go do something with it potentially at the end when I get there. But right now we're still in the early stages of it, and I am working on the very bare bones stuff right now. Basically working on what will amount to the stream chat box. Trying to get all the pieces of that together, and get that to a point where right now it's right now you can send messages and you can see who sent a message, and that's it. I want to be able to do commands. I want to be able to have emotes. I want to be able to I want to integrate with what was it, Giphy? Was that the name of this? Something like that. Have like animated stuff and all kinds of things. Lots of plans just for the chat portion of it. I haven't done anything with the video portion stuff yet, and actually streaming video. That is kind of the big deal. You don't really have a streaming site unless you've got that, and that's something that I need to work on at some point. Probably will be doing WebRTC to get all that hooked up. I do have some code written for RTMP ingest, but I haven't been able to test it because I'm only part of the way through and it's hard to find decent implementations of it out there. The documentation for it is also not necessarily the easiest thing to read. The documentation for the protocol itself. So that's probably the biggest hurdle that I have to get over. But right now, I'm just kind of enjoying myself and just kind of doing some hobby coding and all that stuff. I do real deal software development as a full-time job. This is just kind of my off the clock stuff right now. So that gives you all the rundown. What do we got here? How I want to do this. I want to be able to find things easily by their ID, but I also want to be able to. Yeah, I guess a hash map's gonna have to do it. But I'm gonna put an object here. So let's think. New class, and we'll say I don't want to confuse this with other things. Stub details, I'm just going to call it. I don't want to call it subscriber details because that's going to be confused with other things in the system eventually. Let's do that. What do I need here? Private string destination. Topic. And I guess the principal. Yeah, I guess the principal or the user. What I probably get the hex user out of it. User. Do that. And getters and setters. Actually, you know what? Just for the sake of argument, implements serializable as well. Go. Save that. I might as well, for the sake of argument, put the session ID here too. I mean, it'll be in the key, but there as well. Then in here, this will be string and tails. Descriptions. All right. New map. There we go. Let's visualize it. Alright, then public void until subscribe. What do they call it? Oh, session scribe. Scribe. There we go. Very nice. And does it have a problem with that? Oh, yeah. That's why it has a problem with it. What do we got here? Oh, also get up here and get my stream up so I can see what I'm doing. That would be swell. There we go. There. Cool. And then this is event listener. Hopefully this works this way. I'm not sure. Does it say anything on here? Event instances, internal bean. I'm using Java config. Manually via the context annotation config. Void return type. Any checked exception stored from event listener will be wrapped in an undeclared verbal session. Okay. Ordering listeners. Alright, yeah. Seems like it'll work. What are they doing here? They're wrapping the message to get destination. And then presumably yeah, they've got a bit WebSocket session ID. Get a header access. Okay, I see. So first things first. Connected. Get session D header master. Alright, and then what they got? Header accessor, get header. Okay. They just have a plain old get destination right now. Oh, let's get. Oh yeah, I need a message. Description ID. Session ID. They've wrapped it up something, but I think They just called get header. But this was done how many years ago? 4 years ago. So it's possible the getter on there will work for me. We'll see. All right. So I want to do string session ID is message header access there. I'm doing stomp header. I wonder if this other one would work too, but I don't know. Stomp header access. Wrap. Event. What does that one? Not convert. Oh, well, yeah. Okay. And then hopefully I can do they have a thing here. Get the destination. Yeah, they're using the header accessor. They're using simp message header access. Pocket session ID. Okay, they're adding that to the subscription ID. I got it. Okay. So getting the session ID alone is not enough. I have to put the subscription ID in there too. I was wondering about that because it was like they had two different things. And then that, the combination of both of those would be unique. Which makes sense. So, okay. So I basically do this plus accessor enough. So destination would be up there. destination. Okay. I know they use a different header accessor, but I feel like if you're using one for, if you're using I mean, everything coming in is going to be stomped protocol, so why mix and match if you don't have to? Unless I have to mix and match. See in a minute here. Now, what else do I have on the event? Message gets sourced. Get user. Okay, that's what I was hoping. Hoping I could get user. So, what I want to do. You know, nothing of coding. Well, that's fine. I'm not really expecting anyone to know coding or anything like that. This is more it's kind of like a morbidly curious. You're morbidly curious how things are how the sausage is made, kind of thing. Kind of thing like that. And like I said, it's also partially a means for me to have something to chat about too. But one of the hard things is, and what I try to do is things that take. I try to stick to things that streaming parts of it that have some visual component, so you can actually see visually the progress they're making, even if it's small amount. But there's always a lot of just background stuff that has to happen, that doesn't really have a visual presence. I mean, like this, for instance, what I'm essentially doing here is if you, for instance, on Live Space, the live chat there, and I think Twitch has this too. You can see there's a button where you can see who is actually connected to chat. You can see a list of usernames that are connected to chat. That's essentially what I'm doing right now, but you have to build the house from the ground up, you know what I mean? So what I'm doing is I'm putting in the hooks to say, like, hey, when someone enters chat, keep track of that. That if in the future I want to show everyone who's connected to chat, the live chat, like if I wanted a button that would show, like, here's everyone who's sitting here, here's all the, lurkers, here's all the active chatters and all that stuff, I could. I likely will put something in here that will enable me to tell the difference between people who are lurking and people who are actively chatting, and only show the active chatters, so that the lurkers can continue to be, in the background. I did something like this for Glimish, where I did, and unfortunately the users never got to see this, but I did do the autocomplete on usernames, where you could type @ and then start to type a username, and it would give you a list of suggestions, and that list was based on people who were actually connected to chat at the time, and also people who were not, who had entered a chat message within the last, I want to say half an hour. I don't remember exactly what time frame I put on it, but you had to have entered a chat message within the last half an hour. and it would then suggest you as someone to reply to or at, you know. Like right now on LiveSpace, for instance, you can at people, but it won't fill in the username for you. You have to do at and type in the whole username yourself. What I did on Glimish, and Glimish had the same thing. What I was doing on Glimish was adding the ability to, as you started to type the name in, it would go and give you suggestions on who you could, on things that match what you were typing. And then you could just use the up and down arrows to select who you wanted and hit enter, and it would fill in the rest of the name for you. It was a nice little convenient thing. This is the foundational stuff for that kind of thing. It's probably not as necessary anymore, because I think a lot of people now, with the reply to and stuff, a lot of people will just kind of roll over the message that they're replying to and just hit the reply button, and then it'll fill everything in. But it's still kind of nice to have it, I think. What I recommend for someone to learn coding. I would always recommend, of all things, I would recommend JavaScript, because you have, oh, hey, Tech, welcome on in. Almost done, just a little bit more. Okay. I would recommend JavaScript for anyone who wants to try to learn how to program, because you've got all the tools already on your machine. All you really need to do JavaScript is a browser, and that's it. You know, you can sit there, a browser and Notepad, basically. And in Notepad, you just kind of start typing in, you know, an HTML page, and then inside that page, you know, start doing some JavaScript. Seems complicated but interesting. Well, yeah, I mean, it's certainly one of those things where it's hard to, there's a lot of resources available to learn that kind of thing. Some of questionable quality. It's hard to tell what's good quality or not until you actually sit down and do it. As far as like, probably the hardest thing I think for people to do is to kind of get into the logic of it all. And that's where I suggest there's a couple of video games that kind of help you, puzzle games, that kind of help get into learning how to kind of think logically, think like a computer does. I just played last week on stream some Human Resource Machine, which is one that I recommend. That is it's a good way to kind of, it's a very abstract way of kind of learning logic and how to tell the computer to do things. It does kind of lean heavily into math a little bit, which is not really necessary for doing computer stuff. It really depends on what you're trying to accomplish. But it does at least kind of bring some of the logic into it, and it puts it in kind of a puzzle framework for that. And there's a lot of other ones out there that are equally good. Pretty much anything from Zachtronics is pretty good. Depending on whether you want to do hardware logic and gates or software stuff, like here, I think TRS 810 or whatever it was, the name of that game, was like the more like assembly software side of things, and then there was another one that was more of the hardware side of things. You know, kind of any of the Zachtronics games, games made by Zachtronics, were really good in that realm. So it's I think probably the hardest thing to I think for a lot of people is like, what do you do? I think a lot of people are like, what do I even do during the day? And it's really a problem solving position. You know, the business has a problem, and you have to figure out a way to solve that problem. You know, whether that problem is very basic in that they want a web presence to sell goods, or something really complicated like we want people to be able to submit. You know, we want people to be able to connect to us and stream themselves and have communities and build communities and all that stuff. So it's a hard nut to sort of wrap your brain around, because it spans so many different, I guess, so many different implementations. You know, you've got people who just do web development and they just focus entirely on the UI and the front end and what people see and what people interact with. And you got people like me that do all this, you know, not particularly well, but I do all this. You know. How long have I been coding for? It was, so 2003 was, I think March of 2003 was when I officially got my first job programming. I mean, obviously I was programming in college and stuff like that, but this was after college. This was my first real job, my first real career job. So 20 years at this point. It'll be 21 in March. Yeah, I've been doing it for a while. Long enough that there are parts of, there are like, there are things that I'm out of date with. You know, stuff has changed a lot. I try to stay up to date as much as I can with everything new and exciting, but I'm still quite out of date with quite a few things. I try to, I know a couple different languages, programming languages, but I don't really use them. I don't use them every day. Like my everyday language that I use is what you're seeing on the screen here, Java. Which isn't necessarily it's not the thing the kids want to play with. the kids all like the newer stuff, the newer, sexier languages, and I just kind of continue to get grayer and grayer hair and just stick into my Java lane as I do. But it's I also try to, I try to write in other things as well, learn other things as I can, stay up to date as much as I possibly can. But it's the whole like world of just stuff, there's just so much information out there in so many different industries. Like every pretty much every industry out there that has anything even remotely, has any remote dependency on technology, has some kind of programmer doing something to support them, you know, whether it's through a third-party application or through first party, just being there in office doing things. And so it's like, and what's interesting about all that is I've jumped from a couple different industries. I started out in insurance, and then I jumped to e-commerce, and then I went to healthcare. I went to analytics, so like Google Analytics kind of thing, processing analytics, but not for Google, just for another company. I went to like healthcare, and then sales gamification software, and now I'm in kind of chemical management stuff now. So, you know, it's funny, you jump between all these different industries, and what's interesting about them all is they all have very similar challenges and very similar needs, but they all have very different requirements. So you may have encountered a desire at one point in another industry, and you did it a completely different way there than you're doing it today, you know, because your requirements are different and also the technologies are different, you know. I have a lot of experience. I mean, I've been around. I think I'd qualify as a $10 whore at some point. I've been around the block a bit. Yeah, it's there's a lot of people that I worked with in insurance who stayed in insurance, and they've been in insurance, going from one insurance company to another for 20 years. And I decided early on that I wanted to get insight into other industries, and kind of like, I felt like having a variety of different industries would allow me to see different ways of doing things. And it helped. It helped a lot. It helped me get to a point where I feel like I can write code that's at least it's not difficult to read. It may not be the most performant, it may not be the best way of doing things, but at the end of the day, like, my colleagues can pretty much understand what I'm doing, you know, more or less. I do occasionally get told that I need to put more comments around things, which is a fair point. I do tend to forget to comment some of my code, especially when it comes to like algorithms where you're doing something kind of weird and odd, but it's for a greater good. But that's kind of been my thing, is my biggest thing is just be like, follow the keep it simple and stupid philosophy as much as I possibly can, which is why I don't do proper object-oriented programming. I am doing technically object-oriented programming, but I'm not doing it the right way. I'm doing it the way that makes it not be a complete and utter mess later on. You know, I don't have 50 layers of inheritance. I have at most 2, and that's kind of pushing it. You know, I try to keep everything as simple as I can and readable wherever possible. If something starts to get really long, I start to kind of try to figure out if there's a better way of doing it. But what's really the thing that really kind of separates people though in the industry is not so much, I mean, obviously everyone has to have a baseline of what they know. Like you have to know the basics, you know, data structures, patterns, things like that. Everyone kind of has to know at least a little bit of it. What really sets people apart is how much they know in terms of library use, right? Because simply put, nobody wants to reinvent the wheel if they don't have to. And so a lot of applications, a lot of modern applications use a ton of these libraries, both open source and otherwise, that do specific things. Like, I'm using right now what's called the Spring library, Spring framework. It's big, it's huge, it does a lot of stuff under the cover. It's a freaking beast of its own. You know, when it works well. When it doesn't work, it's as frustrating can be. And the only way to kind of conquer that beast, because it does everything, it doesn't just do one thing, it does a lot of things. It brokers all the communications between the browser, form and, the code and all that stuff. The only way to really master that a lot of times is to just have been using it for years. And that's the one big thing that I found. Like, I took 1 year out of that 20 years of stuff. 19 of those years were Java, and I had 1 year of Ruby on Rails, which is a completely different programming language and framework and everything else, for another company that I had worked for. And it really struck home there. The basic syntax of a language is not really the thing that sets you apart. It's knowing library. Because one of the hardest things that I encountered with Ruby was that I went to a company. I came on board with a company that already had a product rolled out to production, and they were just adding more and more and more stuff on top of it. And so I wasn't there for the initial decision-making process around like what libraries to use, why we're doing this, why we're doing that. And so part of, coming up to speed when you go into a new company like that, when you go into a company that's at that point, is trying to wrap your head around where everything's at and why things are done the way they're done, and what libraries are being used and everything. And for Ruby in particular, libraries can change the language itself. You can come into a file that looks nothing like any other file in the system. It's got keywords and stuff, but those keywords are completely foreign to you. You've never seen them before in your life. And yet they work as part of, they compile and run. We call that a DSL. But basically, they can have these custom DSLs, or domain-specific languages, as we call them. And if you've never used that library before, first of all, you got to figure out what library did it, which is a big, huge problem in Ruby, because nothing tells you where anything came from. Especially when you've got a project that's got 30 to 40 to 50 gems in it, which you generally do, it could come from any one of them, and you would never know. Unless you had worked with it before, or you talked to somebody who made the decision to bring it in. And then, on top of that, far too many of those ruby gems, those libraries, have piss poor documentation. So even if you did find what library introduced this domain specific language, you may not have any idea how it even works or how to use it. You'd have to really kind of dig through their code in the library that came in and try to figure out, like, what's it reading, how's it reading it, why is it doing this, why is it doing that, how do I do this thing, how do I do that thing. You gotta rely on other people who have used the library to have put things out in Stack Overflow. You know, like, you're just constantly Google searching and just trying to find anything, any answers you can find. And that's very much the same problem. That's like probably the biggest problem for anyone coming into programming as a junior level programmer, is that, you go through college, you learn all the data structures, you learn all the basics, and then you get into the real world and you realize, yeah, those basics are great, but the biggest problem now is trying to figure out how this library works, how that library works, or why this is being called, or why that's being called. And that's like that's the thing that I think separates people the most in the industry. And, one developer from another is how quickly a developer can essentially hit the ground running and learn something new, and learn it fast enough and well enough to be useful in it in as short a time as possible. And that's hard. It's one of the reasons why I've stuck with Java for so long, because one, I'm very familiar with the libraries. Two, a lot of the libraries that are used, especially the more popular ones, are actually decently, for the most part, documented. And three, if they're not decently documented, I can dig down into them and I can see what it's doing relatively easily, through my IDE. I can just literally, like this wrap here, if I want to know what this is doing, I hold down Control, click on it, boom. I'm now digging down into the library code to see what it's doing. I can keep on going all the way down to see how it's reading headers and what it's doing and all that stuff. Right. That's not code that I wrote. That's code that just came down from the library that I'm using. That was the big thing that kind of tripped me up the most with Ruby, is that the IDEs at the time, we were using RubyMine, didn't really support that kind of backtracing. And so, as easy as it was for me to go see how something was implemented in the library, it was next to impossible in Ruby and stuff, unless you go on an Easter egg hunt through thousands upon thousands upon thousands of lines of code that you did not write, and that are not actually, are technically part of your application, but are not things that they're a consequence of using a library, so it's people who can do that, who can like jump in. Like I met there was a contractor that worked for one of the companies I worked for. We brought a contractor on for, I think he had like a 6-month stint or something like that, because we were growing fast, and we just as much as I hate to say it, we just needed warm body, you know, who could get the job done. And you never really want to go with contractors because unfortunately a lot of them, they know that they're going to have a 6-month stint and they never really give a damn what they're doing just as long as they get paid. So you tell them to do something and they'll do it, but it may not, at the end of their stint when they're gone, you look at the code and you're like, what the hell is this mess, you know? And then you end up having to rework and re-implement a lot of the stuff that they did. So you end up not really getting what you paid for far too often. But every so often, like I found, you get a contractor that just is amazing. And this one that worked for us for 6 months, he came in and within the first week he was already like just absolutely killing it. Just getting in there, doing stuff, getting stuff done, talking to us, designing things. You know, there was no secrets about how he was designing things. He was very upfront and everything else. The code was very readable. It followed, even if we had patterns that were kind of crappy, he followed the crappy patterns. It's the old saying, you know, pattern may be crappy, but if you follow it sometime later, it'll be easier to fix the whole thing. And that's kind of how we look at it. You know, at least it's consistent. You know, maybe crappy, but at least it's consistently crappy. And yeah, and then I think we ended up re-upping him for like another year after that. It was just, you know, just fantastic. But out of all the, you know, coding contractors that I've worked with, you count on one hand how many were of that caliber. You know? It's just, it's crazy. But I mean, that's the big, you know, issue, you know, everyone kind of runs into throughout the technology. You know, we have, as much as you hear about all these, you know, layoffs and everything happening, there's still a lack of good coders, good software developers. You know, despite everything else, which is kind of crazy to think. You know, how many things are reliant on software now? How few and far between the good developers are. You know, but that's how it goes. Anyway, I mean, that's the long and short of it, as far as like the challenges that people face with programming and everything. You know, I mean, that doesn't even cover the, like, you're sitting in front of a computer for 8 hours a day, 9 hours a day, you know, which is definitely not healthy for anyone, especially doing it for decades. But, you know, once you know, when you get to for those who end up getting to a higher level in coding, you know, in software development, you know, the money is often there. Very often it's there. I mean, out of college, my first job was $30K a year, which I thought, I kind of protested about quietly. because I thought that was a bit low for having a college education to come out and only get $30K. But, and I had a degree in computer science. I have a degree in computer science. Only a bachelor's, mind you, but it's still something. A lot of people who write code for a living have degrees that are not, they're like electrical engineering degrees or English majors or whatever, anything but computer science. It's very rare to find someone who has a computer science degree actually writing code, believe it or not. But it's, but when I left that job, that was, I worked at that job for 5 years. Started out at $30K. When I left, I was $30K and I was a junior developer. When I left, I had gone all the way up to architect. And I was getting 95. So that was, just over the span of 5 years. I mean, that was incredible. That company was a small startup that ended up hitting it big after I joined. Like, I got in on the ground floor. That's why I saw such a meteoric jump. Because I got in on the ground floor along with a couple others. And, when I was working there was only about maybe 20 people in the whole company. And when I left, there was about, I want to say 200 to 300 people in the company, maybe 200 people in the company. I'm not quite sure. There was a number floated around that was like 400. I don't think there was 400. There was at least maybe 100 to 200 in the company when I left. Probably closer to 200. And they had grown and moved out of the small places they were in and into a larger place, and it was interesting to see. I got to kind of watch a company go from sort of a bootstrap, do whatever needs to get done, spend a whole lot of extra time, into a proper corporation, where there was like an HR department and, all kinds of formalities and things. That was an interesting experience. I got to really, hone my interview skills, because I'd have to, we'd have people coming in constantly, developers coming in constantly. We'd have to interview them and make sure they could work in our area, and that they, had proper background and the right kind of attitude and everything. So that was interesting, because there's always and I found this is one thing that's interesting about the interview process. I find that a lot of companies follow a very similar process to what we followed even back then, which was like, we'll have some kind of initial phone screen. It depends on, usually it's like, it depends on whether it's a technical person doing it, or usually it's a business person doing the initial phone screen, And then if you pass that, then they bring you in, and then it's like a round robin of stuff, right? So there always tends to be someone who's going to focus on like the hard skills, and someone who's going to focus on the soft skill. And depending on how they do it, sometimes they do it in rounds, sometimes they do it together. It's a very interesting very interesting how many similarities there are across, regardless of industry, of how they interview people. And it was always funny to me because I was notorious for going into an interview when I'd interview somebody else for a job at our company. I'm notorious for going in without any kind of prepared questions. A lot of people go in with like prepared questions. I just kind of wing it because to me, I'm going to change my questions based on the kind of answers I'm getting, if I'm getting any answers at all from the candidate. So I tend to like, I tend to find it's not helpful for me to write any prepared questions down because I just kind of fly by the seat of my pants, and I also, fly by what's the others. Usually there's two or more other developers, interviewing the candidate in a panel kind of thing. And so I kind of always tailored it that way. Because a lot of times, and it's funny too, because people who come in with prepared questions will ask the prepared questions regardless of context, which I always find funny. Is like, I might be asking them like about something in their work history, and then I say, okay, and then the next person comes in and just asks them something completely random because it was what they had prepared. It's like, oh, I mean, that's fine. It's fine that you're peppering them with different things, but it's still be nice if there was a through line there. It's a lot of times what I find is you can never tell how nervous someone is going to be until they get there. And even then, it's hard to tell how nervous they are, even when they're sitting in front of you. Because you can ask someone a very basic question and they can't answer it. And a lot of people will yell and scream like, well, the state of our current, candidate pool is that they don't know even the basics. It's like, well, that's not really. I'm sure most of them know the basics. It's just they're freaking, they're freaking out. They're sitting across the table with strangers who are peppering them with random questions, and they're just freaking out, and they can't think straight. Given an opportunity to think straight, they'd probably answer all the questions perfectly well. So you kind of have to take all that into account when you're interviewing somebody and interviewing a candidate. And so I try to do that. I try not to hold anything against them if they don't know like the very basics. Like if they flub a basic question, I try not to hold it really against them. What I like to do, the biggest thing I always try to do is get an insight into their thought processes. I always try to get the candidates to try to give me a snapshot of how they think about it. I don't necessarily care if they get the right answer. I care that how they've tried to come to some sort of conclusion. How did you, why did you do this way? What were your alternatives? A lot of times when I'm asking them stuff in their work history, I'll say, what were you working on at this particular company? And then I'll say, so how did that, and they'll explain a few things, and they'll say, well, how did that tie into the larger picture? And you'd be surprised how many people I end up saying no to as far as having a job. Because there's so many people who don't know why they're doing what they're doing. or haven't cared to ask. And many times it's that they just they go to work and their boss said do this and they did it. They didn't ask why they did it. They didn't ask if there was a better way to do it. They didn't understand the space that they were working in order to offer suggestions, better suggestions as to how to do it. They were told to do a thing, they did it. And for someone like me who works at a lot of small companies, that's just horrible. Because that means, because when you're at a small company, there's, you're talking like, you might have 5 or 6 developers, right? So you've got a small group of developers. You don't have a large group. Which means everybody's got to kind of pick up the slack of others, right? Everyone's going to have an opportunity to lead the charge on something, probably. And it's if you're not thinking about better ways of doing things, or more efficient ways of doing things, or thinking about where your thing that you've been assigned fits into the bigger picture, you're going to end up doing something completely off the wall that likely doesn't work well with others, with other parts of the system, and you end up creating more problems than you're solving. Or probably the worst thing is you end up re-implementing something that already had some hooks in the system already. There might have been some area of the system already that kind of does what you need, but maybe not entirely. And instead of kind of taking that same pattern and applying it and then changing it to do what you need, you end up completely re-implementing it in a completely different way, that maybe doesn't work quite as well, or, well, actually, really, it brings with it all the problems of implementing something brand new, right? Which is, it doesn't necessarily cover all the edge cases. It needs full testing. It hasn't been really bench tested at all. It maybe has to use libraries that no one's ever used before, and so you've brought new libraries in. And oftentimes people will bring libraries in without looking at what license they have, and you end up saying, nope, we can't do this because this license doesn't let us use this in a commercial product. And it's just, that's why I put so much emphasis on that, in an interview scenario, because you get someone like that who's not looking, whose head's buried in the ground. You're going to end up with a lot of rework and a lot of headbutting, along the way. So you really need someone who can not only take the ball and run with it, but can be trusted to come back with something that isn't completely insane. Oh. Okay. So I wanted to do the user. So hex user. User util. User from Spring Principal. Oh, didn't I change this? That I don't need the. Oh yeah, I don't need the off yet. Have to remove that. That gets user. Okay, that should be everything. I should be able to create a sales. Go. And then we go topic descriptions. Let's ID. Okay, so that should track. Hopefully, if I've done this right, that will track every subscription, every topic subscription in this by user, which right now is just chat. Every chat that user is connected to. So that's good. Then we want to be able to handle unsubscribe. Then with this one, we only get this, which is fine because all we're going to do is remove that from subscriptions that we are tracking. So yeah, you know what? This, and we'll say return. Call that here. Consider rat message. I think that's what they did over here, right? I wonder. Oh, guess I don't get this subscription ID. What should I do? He's just doing the session. But I wonder. I think I have to do. I don't think it's just a matter of me getting the session ID. I think I have to get the unique session. Out of that. So yeah, let's see what that's do that with first. And then we'll test it, and then we'll see if that's true or not. And then we'll just say here, topics, descriptions, ID, subtype, event listener. All right, I'm curious to see if this works at all, just based on where it's at. I have a feeling I might have to. I have a feeling these event listers have to be somewhere special. But oh, you know what I should do? Let's logger debug. User drive to the user name user session ID. There we go. Unlock a few things for debugging here. Just up earlier. All right, we gotta. This playlist is starting to annoy me. Let's go to something else. Let's chill pop. We'll see what this is like. Starting to get tired of all the. That was the Forza Horizon station on Pretzel Rocks. It just seems like it's all like house techno. That's about all it was, which I guess makes sense based on the Forza Horizon games, but after a while I just get tired of the all the time. Like there's a different beat. There are different beats. Let's explore some of those. After a while. After a fashion. Okay. Up again. And yeah, so let's compile this. Oh, there's a where's that other? It's on that controller here. Oh yeah, I don't even this. I haven't saved it. I changed the. Change that method. Where the hell? Channel by name. User. Oh yeah, here it is. Change that so that click there. Ba-doo, ba-doo. All right. See what this does.
I guess it's obvious. I've been needing some space. Someone else be taking up room in my brain. You want me to have your last name?
Over here. There's my. I have like 2 HTMX documentation things open. I guess that makes sense. So many tabs here. Where's my? All right, so that just refreshing the page should have put a thing in the log here, right? A log message. I get the feeling that's not running. There is a simple broker message handler. Process the subscribe. For the topic, but it didn't call my code. So listener, where is it appropriate to use string event? Event listener, okay. Pushing an application event. Event publisher. employee service at the application event publisher where? Application listener, event listener. They have component, event listener. Okay, that's good. That listener. Alright, so it looks like I did the correct thing. I wonder if be pulling anything that is X sub, right? Or anything that's X forward, right? In my config here. Component scan. I'm only doing hex backend on that one. How about one startup web config? I'm only doing a scan on the front end there. So it didn't big API close scan API. Yeah, okay. I'm not. It didn't actually load my class, which I kind of figured was going to happen. But you know what? Let's do. Let's rename that package. And you know what? I'm just going to call it backend. Doesn't have to be. It could. I mean, it's technically should be front end, I guess. Yeah, let's do front end. It's WebSockets, so I'll do that. All right, so then that should now have my thing get picked up. Right, so clean build. Clean build. And in the work directory, do clean deploy. Start up. Far so good. Okay. Aha! User one name subscribed to top. All right, so it hit my right after the subscribe there. It hit my sub dump presence handler. Good. So then, let's go. Let's leave this page. Let's see what happened there. But dig it out here. Just widgets. Different desk stores. There was a subscribe. Okay, processing disconnect. There was no unsubscribe. It just did a disconnect. it looks like. It looks like it only did a... There was a subscribe there. There was a connect and a subscribe. And it looks like all it did was disconnect without unsubscribe. So... Is that because of how I've implemented it, or is that the library that I'm using? Do it. Okay. Let's see. So I'm using Stomp.js. Where's that at? Have that open? Surprisingly, no, I don't have that open. All right. No, there's no JS. Subscribe, publish. Okay. So, don't they have a site? Yeah, here we go. It's using client and messages, subscribe and receive messages. Receiving messages, the client can use unsubscribe method on the object returned by client subscribe method. So I think that is on me then. In the chat client, fast. Activate send. Log errors. Client. We subscribe here. I don't have a disconnect. So, so I wonder if there's a good, yes. Unsubscribe. We'll deactivate my class dump has a deactivate disconnect. This will remove a subscription you're supposed to create is the right thing to do when you're playing right. As a broker may retain that state, remove it later on the worst case, keep it forever. That kind of answers my question, but I'm looking at connect headers, disconnect, no No callback. I'm trying to see if there's an accepted way of doing this. Because basically, when you leave the page, it should unsubscribe you and close the connection. But I know that like hooking a page leave tends to be problematic. Right. Let me see. JS unsubscribe. Reboot Node.js and Angular. Main issues when I subscribe, unsubscribe, and disconnect. Permissions push. Unsubscribe. Node.js. I wonder. Hey, Aircode. Welcome on in. Welcome, welcome. Oh, is my. Oh, the camera. Camera has shifted. That makes sense. I was working on stuff earlier. I'm like, what the hell is going on there? Welcome on in, Aircode. How you doing? Who dis new phone? That's funny. Just get a bit that'll fix it. Yeah, no, actually, funny enough, directly connecting it to the computer has helped so that the camera doesn't freeze like it used to. At least it hasn't anyway. My problem is my desk is a movable sitting desk, and every time I shift it from standing to sitting during the day, the camera goes wonky. I have to like the mount that it's on isn't very tight, but it's just sitting on top of the monitor, so yeah, it's gonna be what it's gonna be, I guess. You're here as well. You see everything. Well, welcome. I'm glad to see you on LiveSpace as well. It's very good. Good stuff. I want more people to go over to LiveSpace and take a look around because it's a good place. It's still early and they're still working on things, but it's stable and it's pretty good. I've actually thought about, I haven't made a decision yet, but I thought about maybe my Sunday streams only being on LiveSpace. And then the rest of the week just doing the normal multi-stream stuff. But we'll see. We'll see what I come up with there. I meant to do like a channel update video today, but I didn't do it. Oh well. Never heard of Live Space? Yeah, it's a brand new, relatively brand new streaming place. It's live.space is the URL. And they're doing it a little bit differently, which is kind of nice. They're 85-15 split, which is good because that means they're actually sustainable. They're actually doing something to be sustainable. They've got a partnership with Fourth Wall, so everyone who streams over there can have a Fourth Wall shop for merch and everything. And they've got an integrated social feed. So instead of relying on or trying to get people to watch VODs or get VODs pushed, in front of people, or clips pushed in front of people, you can just be sociable. Just post the social feed, and that helps to promote you when you're not live and stuff like that. So they've got some good ideas they're doing. And what I like the most too is their founder streams on the site twice a week and talks about the site and whatever else he wants to talk about, and they're constantly taking suggestions and it's they're trying to be different, which I think is good in general. They're not necessarily trying to copy other sites. They're trying to do their own thing. So is it like a gaming site also? It's not just for gamers. Like I'm streaming creative right now. They have a just chatting, they have creative, and they have gaming. There's mostly gaming right now. I mean, most of the streamers that are on there are gaming. But they have stricter rules. So, there's a dress code and stuff like that. Like they don't want any shenanigans on the site. So they are monitoring and making sure that they're not getting, the Twitch riffraff. Let's say. I don't want to go too deep into that topic, but they're trying to be, they're trying to be friendly. They want upbeat. They want, they want it to be a good place to stream to and everything. So, and they're mostly coming from a background of like music and stuff. So, like one of the founders, Spencer, is a musician, and he was the one that originally created the site for musicians. And they thought, well, it's generic enough. We can bring anybody in. And so they've opened it up to a lot of different things. So hashtag Twitch Hub. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Erica. I love that that GIF that I think you use occasionally on Kick Chat, the Twitch Hub emote. It's so on point. It's very on point. Yeah. So they're the best thing I can recommend is Todd, who's their chief marketing officer and co-founder. He streams Tuesdays and Thursdays. Do not help yourself. I know exactly. I mean, the joke writes itself. What can you do, right? I mean, except point and laugh, right? Like everybody else. But their co-founder Todd streams on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and he does it at different times to try to get all the time zones. So like Tuesdays he'll stream at 9 a.m. Pacific, which is noon Eastern time, and I am -5 GMT. You'll have to do some math to get to that one. And then on Thursdays he's at 3 p.m. Pacific, which is 6 p.m. Eastern for me. And he does that to try to spread out, as much as he can to get as many people who are awake as he can get. And a lot of people just jump in and say hi and ask questions and all kinds of things, give suggestions and stuff. So pretty good stuff there. Pretty good stuff. But yeah, I've been trying to get more people to look at it, more viewers and stuff. I mean, and streamers too, I guess. But there's a lot of streamers over there who are consistent. You can restream to it. They allow it. Obviously. So all that stuff. Because I keep looking at the Kick stuff here. It's Kick statistics. And they're pretty middling. They're pretty terrible. Like their average just keeps going down week after week. Even despite them signing new people onto the platform, their average concurrent viewership just keeps going down week over week. The only reason this is a little bit higher right now is because the week just started for stream charts. So 4th to the 11th. This is only like 2 days worth of stuff. So, I've been debating whether I want to continue even restreaming the Kick. I mean, I'm going to for a while just to see what's going on, but gonna give it like another month or two maybe, and then maybe make a decision on whether I want to even bother with Kick anymore or not. As far as streaming to it anyway. Yeah, they sign people, their audience only come in for them and leaves and don't hang around. Exactly. I mean, that's what I've been saying too a lot, is that, I mean, we saw that on Mixer, right? It's like nobody learned from history, right? Saw that on Mixer, saw it on DLive, if you even were paying attention to DLive, Mixer, they signed Ninja and all those big names, and a whole lot of viewers came in for Ninja, and then when he went offline, they left. They didn't stick around. When PewDiePie did streaming on DLive for a couple months, same deal. People came in the droves to see him, and then they left when he was done. Like nobody sticks around. They are under no obligation to push their audience to other people, and it's just kind of it's the whole ecosystem is poison on those services, because they encourage that kind of selfishness. One of the things I like so far about LiveSpace is that they're really hearing us when we say, like, hey, a lot of us think of LiveSpace as home because streamers are trying to help other streamers. We're all trying to help each other get bigger and better, and high tide raises all ships kind of thing. Which is something you just don't see on Twitch or Kick really, because, and it's not that people aren't trying on there. There are groups that try. It's that the bigwigs don't push that agenda, right? Like they haven't created or curated a community that thinks that way. They've curated a community that thinks, I'm going to get my bag. I'm going to do whatever I got to do to make sure I get my bag. I'll promote people because I'll be promoting myself in the process of promoting people. I'll go on Twitter and I'll say, hey, who would like 100 subs for me? And I'll be like, oh, look at how good I am. Look how I help people out while still advertising myself, right? And they'll go do that, and that's the crowd that they've attracted. They've attracted people who are in it for themselves. They will help others who are not a threat to them as far as viewership is concerned. But they won't, if they perceive someone as a threat to their own, popularity, they'll give them the cold shoulder, That's unfortunately that's the community that they've curated, Kick is becoming another Twitch 100%. Oh yeah, I've already been calling Kick Twitch 2.0. 100% it's Twitch 2.0. Really, I've said this so many times that I can understand if people think I'm a broken record, but Kick, Twitch, YouTube, they all suffer from the very same problem. They want to pick the winners and losers. Instead of giving the community access equally to the tools it needs and letting creators naturally sink or swim on their own, on equal footing, and encouraging creators to help their fellow creators and work as colleagues. Like, this is the thing that always bothers me, right? As someone who worked most of my career in an office, right? I look at Twitch and I look at Kick. I look at other streamers and other content creators, really, because I do YouTube stuff too occasionally. I've been known to anyway. I look at them as colleagues. Like, we're all in this kind of virtual office, right? And so when you're in an office like that, an office setting like that, you don't necessarily have to get along with everybody else who's in the office setting with you, certainly. But there's a certain level of decorum, right, that you exercise. You don't go into the break room and microwave raw fish, right? Because you have some kind of respect for the other people in the office who, would prefer to not be assaulted, but have their olfactory glands assaulted with that kind of thing, right? But on Twitch, you see it all the time. On Kick, you see it all the time. You see people just coming in and just shitting on everything, right? And they'll just plow right on through. They'll do whatever they want to do because it's all about them, and nobody else. And what we need more than anything else in the space. I'm not saying that live space is necessarily the answer to this. I'm hoping they will be, but But what we need in the space is someone that's like, no, let's hit the reset button here. Let's have let's go back to our roots and have a community that is better behaved, better managed. You know, there's always going to be the outliers. There's always going to be somebody who wants to come in and watch the world burn. But let's handle them all equally, you know. Let's make it very clear what our rules are, and let's enforce our rules regardless of the size or shape of the channel, you know. Because YouTube does this too, where they don't enforce their rules consistently. Twitch definitely doesn't enforce its rules consistently. Kick doesn't enforce its rules consistently. You need all that consistency. You need all that stuff. You need everybody to be in the same boat, regardless of what they do, who they know, what pictures they have, what blackmail information they have, you know, whatever. Had some fun with trolls last night. I won though. There you go. Yeah, it's I mean, the worst part of it all, it's not really the worst part, but there's an element to on Kick, especially on Twitter, the, you know, people who are Kick streamers and pushing Kick on Twitter, where they insist up and down that only positive thing, only positive. It's like, I agree that positivity is something that we all could use some of, but at some point you need a dose of reality. Reality is not 100% positive. You're lucky if reality is 80% positive. You're really lucky if reality is 90% positive. You know, it's okay to be critical about something. It's okay to not be positive all the time. You don't have to be positive. And yet there's people on Twitter that will just pound away at only positive things about Kick. Only positive. Everything Kick does is a W. Everything. No matter what it is, it's a W. You know what, dude? You're doing more harm than good. I hate to break it to you. You know? YouTube is way too strict with language. It controls what you say. If you want to monetize, it's too sanctioned, even if you have your rating at 18. Yeah, what's interesting about YouTube for me is I have never reached a level where I can monetize anything. And so I've had, for all these years I've been doing YouTube stuff, I have so much more freedom than people who monetize. Like, I actually feel bad for people who monetize on YouTube, because they've willingly said, yes, please make my life a living hell. I honestly, and I feel like that's also a reason why YouTube, that's another reason why YouTube's live streaming services will never be number one, because it's too frustrating to be monetized over it. There's too many things, there's too many variables, and too little human people running the works. You know, the whole works are run by bots and algorithms. And bots and algorithms don't think like humans. They can't make human choices. And until that changes, until they actually have real live humans making real live choices, they're always going to be this kind of fringe thing that like people like to be on YouTube. People like to see YouTube. The algorithm giveth and the algorithm taketh away. You know. I never could if I ever get there. I swear too much in your kick VODs. Yeah, I don't know. I've heard that the algorithm can really punish you for swearing a lot. I kind of took it upon myself to only swear when it's either funny or appropriate or otherwise appropriate, you know? And that's not necessarily because of the YouTube algorithm. It's more because it's more how I just normally conduct myself in real life. But that said, it also makes me, I think, a lot drier. Like I think if I had more colorful language, I'd probably be a little less rough around the edges. Sometimes it's just fun to just let her rip, you know, especially when you're frustrated and stuff, because a lot of times games will just frustrate the hell out of you. You just like, you know, F this and F that, right? A copyright claim on a bell and a music track you made, posted to YouTube. You beat it, but come on, a bell. Yeah. Now I get, I play right now, like I play Pretzel Rocks music, and I pay for Pretzel Rocks. So I have YouTube Safe turned on, right? And I will still get copyright claims, really content ID claims on that stuff. That doesn't go away. It's supposed to, like, you know, you'll still get them, but it's supposed to automatically go away because you're on a list that Pretzel Rocks checks, and yeah, no, it doesn't. You'll still get them. So it's like you can't win even when you're trying to do the right thing, you know. And that's the worst part of it. Like you can jump through every hoop and still get slapped in the face by YouTube, you know. Autobots on. Yeah. And I think that's probably the most frustrating thing for any live streamers who want to do YouTube stuff, is that you just know that you just can't. If you want to monetize something, you can certainly live stream there. You can't really monetize your live streams, but you can probably take sections of it and monetize those sections individually, you know. And I think that's the rub with YouTube, is that they got hit hard by Viacom back in the day, and then just went completely off the deep end when it came to enforcing the copyright stuff. And then on top of that, they gave the keys to their content ID system to people they haven't vetted, right? So any idiot can go in there, register something that they don't own the copyright for, and just cause nothing but problems for everybody. And while they're causing problems for everybody, they're making money off of something that they don't even own, you know? It's a huge problem on YouTube, and YouTube will never, they don't acknowledge it. They refuse to acknowledge how big of a problem that is. Like every time, like I've seen so many people go on Twitter and be like, yeah, I had a completely, original music that I was playing and it got content ID'd by somebody who took the entire sample. They literally downloaded your VOD, took the entire sample, and registered it in the Content ID system as their own. And now as far as YouTube is concerned, they're the owners of it, even though they had nothing to do with it. And now they're making all the money off of it. It's crazy. It's absolutely insane. He gave up live streaming there because it's a pain in the ass. Yeah, the only reason I continue to stream there is because it's the only place where VODs matter. And I've tried to argue on a couple occasions that like LiveSpace, Kick, Twitch, they don't need VODs at all. They could remove VODs tomorrow and save a whole bunch of money in the process because they don't have to store all that nonsense. And it would not be a big loss. They'll get a lot of people yelling and screaming about, oh, I can't, how am I supposed to download my stuff and chop it up and stuff? It's like, listen, here's what you do. You learn how OBS works. There's literally an option in OBS to record your VOD using the encoder that you're using for your stream, meaning it won't use any additional resources of your GPU. It'll just reuse the same encoder that you're using with the same bit rate and everything. The same kind of thing that you would get from, actually a slightly superior version than what you would get from Twitch, because now there's no network connectivity issues now. You've got a full VOD that doesn't break at times when you've had network problems. And you save that off. And now, not only have you saved yourself the time of downloading all that nonsense, you've got it already locally. You can just go upload it or edit it and then upload it, and then boom, you're done, And then, if you have a better PC, you can record it using its own encoder and crank the bitrate up like I do. I crank the bitrate up to like the 45,000 kbps, right? Save that at a better quality than what you would get from downloading it from Twitch or YouTube or wherever you're streaming to. And then now when you go and upload that to YouTube, which is going to compress the Jesus out of it anyway, it's got so much more data in it that when it goes and tries to compress the bejesus out of it, it'll actually end up not reducing the quality quite as badly, All up takes me about an hour or so to post a full VOD. Record a live stream and then upload. Little time it works. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Arcode. It's like, but that's the thing, right? Like, people just, streaming became so mainstream that it brought in people who really did not spend any time learning their tools, right? Hello, why am I a theist? Welcome. Not much. Just kind of chatting and writing some code and complaining about streaming services. Usual stuff for me. What's up with you? Welcome on in. So yeah, it's just all these. I talk about programming and software development, and I was talking earlier about how important it is to know libraries and stuff. It's also equally important to know your tool, and it's the same thing with streaming and stuff, right? Like, if you're trying to if you're trying to do streaming, even as a hobby, even if it's just a hobby, like, what does it hurt you to learn your tool? Like, if you wanted to be a woodworker as a hobby, right? You're going to naturally learn how to use your tools, right? You're going to learn how to cut things. You're going to learn how to join pieces of wood together and the positives and negatives, different wood glues, and different ways that wood warps in weather and all that stuff. You're going to essentially learn your tools, learn how things work. Why is that different when it comes to streaming? Why do people not learn OBS? Why did they not learn, the terminology that's being employed, for streaming and stuff? Like, I get it. I get, you've got Stream Elements, you've got Streamlabs out there. It's Streamlabs OBS, which is the dumbed down version of OBS, which I don't know why anybody bothers with it, because it's inferior in pretty much every way possible. But I can understand that, for someone new to the space, it's got a more friendly interface, and I get that. But at some point you got to kind of get away from the friendly interface, and you got to kind of learn how stuff works if you really want to do well, 58 and still learning stuff. It's great to still be able to do this stuff with technology. The coding is still rushing to me. Well, that's fine. I mean, hey, Space Scripts, welcome on in. How are you doing? Yeah, I mean, coding obviously is still. I'm not expecting someone to learn coding, in order to live stream and stuff like that. There's different levels. Nice. I'm doing good. I'm doing real good, Space Scripts. Nice WebSockets. Thank you. I appreciate that. I've tried my best to make some WebSockets that are sexy and efficient. I don't know if these are either, but I'm trying. But yeah, there's, and I think one of the other things that kind of threw me off too, and this comes from the software development background. A lot of software devs talk to one another. Like, they talk about, they're very open about like how they're doing things. Obviously there's, company secrets you can't talk about, but you can talk about like algorithms and things like that. And you talk about technologies, and you talk about tools and what tools work well and all that stuff. What am I working on? This is chat, obviously, but it's a portion of the site here. I'm working on a streaming website, essentially. That's not what I wanted. I wanted my channel. So this is the chat here. I've got a very basic chat going. But I'm working on the various parts of a streaming website similar to Twitch or YouTube, live streaming site. Doing it just as a hobby, and I have no plans on actually launching anything with it. It's just going to be an open source project that I throw out there, and if anybody wants to take it and run with it, that kind of thing. I'm doing it more for just the fun of it, and to give me a reason to do just chatting streams, essentially. Because I can't just do a just chatting stream. I need to be doing something, in the process. So you also watch Pirate Software on YouTube. So yeah, Pirate Software is good. Pirate Software, I've watched his Twitch streams a bunch. He's pretty good. and Art Software on Twitch, and then also oh, what's his name? It has left my brain. It was right there. The Netflix engineer, and I can't think of his name now on Twitch. Let me see. Let's see if I can find it. Can I open the thing here without it being loud and obnoxious? Let's see. Primeagen. That's who it is. The Primeagen. He also does some good coding stuff as well. I watch some of his streams. Actually, he's the one that I wouldn't have known about HTMX if not for watching some of his streams. So I've been using a little bit of that as we go here. Space Script, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. And Moopsie to you as well. You're working with WebSockets to pointing a poker app, ready and go. Oh, there you go. Porting a poker app, ready and go. Cool. Awesome. Yeah, it's this is the first time that I've used WebSockets in Java, actually. So this is all relatively new stuff to me. I mean, I know how WebSockets work, but I haven't actually ever had a need to implement them. So I'm kind of learning stuff as I go here, how things work and whatnot. So I'm working on mostly right now handling subscribing and unsubscribing, like not actually like handling when tracking when someone subscribes and unsubscribes, so I could show like a list of people who are in chat and all that stuff. So oh, thank you, Y Matthews. Thank you for the subscribe. I appreciate it. Okay, Erica, you go ahead and lurk. No problemo. I may be wrapping up in a little bit here. Maybe around another 10 minutes or so, because I'll be doing my normal Saturday long form stream. So we'll be going for several hours tomorrow doing coding, but my Friday night streams are just kind of the smaller little gatherings and stuff like that. Just do a little bit here and there. So we got the, so where does the, where's the appropriate place to do an unsubscribe? Because obviously there's a disconnect. When should I call disconnect? Question. How does this subhub work? Is it in memory? Yes, right now it's just completely in memory. Basically what I'm doing is, I'm keeping a map of, that's basically just a list of users and their destinations. And this is really just for informational purposes. I think Spring Under the Covers is storing it in its own like in-memory message broker kind of thing. I'm just kind of storing this myself just because I want a list of users and stuff. So if I wanted to show the list of people who are in chat, I could. And then I'm doing it on a topic by topic basis. So every channel's chat is its own topic. So you could be in 5 different channels in their chats. in different tabs and still be, and be counted properly. This will also come into play, I suspect, with counting, getting a viewer count. I could probably tie off of who's subscribed to the chat as to who's a viewer, because when you come onto the page, it'll automatically subscribe you to that chat, and it won't subscribe you if you're not logged in. So that would be good. I'd only be counting logged in users as viewers. That keeps the bots from being effective. Not that I'm going to be showing the viewer count at all, except maybe to the streamer themselves. That's about it there. Hey, Assassin, welcome. But yeah, it's using, so I'm using Spring Framework, WebSockets, and they use Stomp protocol. So I'm using Stomp.js over here to do the actual connections and stuff. So in there's a whole just heartbeats and reconnects and all that fun stuff there. Haven't used Spring much, but a lot of Vertex and Quarkus for job. Yeah, I don't have any experience on either of those. I've heard of them, but I don't have any experience on either of those. Spring has been basically the thing that I've used for like most of my career. Back in the day, it was mostly taglibs, Java taglibs, and what was that MVC framework? Can't think of the name of it now. It's been so long. It was an Apache thing. I cannot for the life of me. Struts. That's what it was. Struts. So I used to do that back in the day. Struts and JSP files basically. But Spring is so popular in the Java world that it just does everything now at this point. It doesn't necessarily do everything well, but it does everything, you know? I guess when you leave a page, I should probably subscribe. So, is there a way? What's the best way in JavaScript? Capture page unload. Next page unload. Three ways to easily detect when a user leaves a page. Or unload event is fired when the window of the document and its resources is about to be unloaded. The document is still visible and the event is still cancelable at this point. Because when we click on a link or we want to close the tab or browser or anything, that would remove our current link from the browser. Okay. Next, when a user leaves a web page using page hide, fired when a user is leaving the current page, clicking the back button. But according to MDN, same as before unload, it's not always reliably fired. That's the problem. Visibility change event. Fire even the slightest changes, like changing tabs, minimizing the browser, switching from browser to another app or mobile. Okay. I'm going to send information if a user still has open a certain page. User use the first two events, ping the user every few seconds. Yeah. Unload. I mean, I guess. Any reason why I went with Java? Just familiarity? Yeah, mostly. Mostly just for this project. This project's huge. Like, it's going to be really big. There's going to be lots and lots of code. And so I felt like rather than tackle language barrier stuff in addition to everything else, I'll stick to something that I know, that I've used forever and ever. But I'll still be learning new stuff because I knew there's stuff that I've never had to do before. Like I've never had to do, like I have to do a whole video ingest, with WebRTC and all that stuff for the streaming part of it. I've never done anything like that before, so I'll be learning stuff as I go, but I'll be learning it in an area that I'm already somewhat familiar with, which is good. That said, I have helped on, there was another website, there was another streaming site that was around for half a second, called Glimish, that was open source, and I helped work on some stuff on that, and that was written in, wow, why am I drawing blanks now? What is wrong with me? Why am I can't, it's not coming to me right now. Give me 1 second. Elixir, that's the name. It was written in Elixir. So I helped out a little bit on this. So I learned Elixir while I was doing it. And just kind of doing little things here and there, helping out wherever I could. So there are other things out there that are probably better for rapid development, but I wasn't really looking. I'm not under a gun to do anything. I don't have a deadline for anything. I'm just kind of just rolling with it. You know what I mean? So, and also the other thing is too, one of the things that always worries me when I look at something like Elixir and things like that, I don't have enough familiarity in those languages to know if I'm handling security issues properly. And if you're ever, whenever you're making something that's supposed to be consumed by the public, you really got to be sure about some of your security. And since I've done security, I've done enough production level stuff that has been secure in Java, I can kind of I'm a little bit more confident that stuff is secure. I mean, you can never be 100% confident, but a little bit more confident than I would be in another language I'm not quite as familiar with, that I'm doing things securely, and I'm keeping things, passwords are salted and hashed and all that stuff, doing all the basics, you know what I mean? So yeah, I mean, that's basically the reason. Back forward cache. Add for performance. Before unload only when users have unsaved changes. Warning about impending data loss. And performance. Visibility change. Around problems like the above. Don't lose user and apps that use page visibility. Visibility change event is fired to document when the content of the tab will become visible or become hidden. Tab is not cancelled. Event fires with a visibility state hidden when the user navigates to a new page, switches tabs, closes the tab, minimizes or closes the browser, or mobile switches from browser to a different app. Transitioning to hidden, the last event that's reliably observable by the page. Yeah, but that's fired when they switch tab. Not great. Pausing music. End of session analytics. You wouldn't want to send end of session analytics because all they did was swap tab. That doesn't make any sense. Frames. I can't visibility state. Because if someone tabs out of a chat, I still want the chat to be running. You're not missing things when you come back to that tab. That's weird. There are some things that make sense for that, but not for things you want to run in the background. That's not reliably fired, yeah. I guess. I think before unload is still important. Capture. But I'm going to probably need a mechanism in the back end that also sort of automatically disconnects or something. There's a heartbeat. There's a heartbeat that comes in. All right. I think this does an automatic heartbeat. Message back and forth. I wonder if that comes through as an event. I mean, it should. Can I use that as an indication to that this person's unsubscribed or should be unsubscribed? Think here. So You can find a resource on how to send heartbeats and clients using WebSockets. Scheduler. That's not the question I have. Heartbeat event. I handle socket disconnection and heartbeat. If every client simple broker, heartbeat value. Scheduler. I think there would be an event. Oh, there is a session disconnect. Alright. Unless there's other clients we see such an event. Maybe I should just listen for that in addition to the other thing here. Because I know it's setting a disconnect event. And maybe that's just better to just let that do its thing and not call disconnect directly. Or I guess I should probably call disconnect directly. If I can, if I get the opportunity to do it. But the heartbeat itself will end up causing a disconnect when it doesn't get a response. I imagine. Let me see. I've got, where's my presence? Subscribe, unsubscribe. I'm guessing a disconnect will be the same thing as an unsubscribe. But I'm going to make it another method. Okay. Next. Session ID. Session ID.
You've got those bright eyes looking through mine. I'm trying to figure out if there's any more doubt in my mind. You can test me or confess, please, 'cause I know you've been watching, waiting for me to fall.
I know these are identical, but let me just see if that one worked better. Because I will put a disconnect in there, and I'll have it listen for the page unload, knowing that that's an unreliable thing, but then I'll still handle it if I get a disconnect, which should happen when the browser itself disconnects the WebSocket while closing down, I would hope. So let's see. Am I stopped here? Yeah, okay. So build this. Okay, Space Grip, thanks for hanging in. Thanks for stopping by. And I appreciate it. Have a good night. All right. That and start. And we'll see what this does. Somewhere here. Okay, so I should have a connect. Yep, user one, subscribe to. Okay. Now leave the page. And so there was the subscribe. Oh, and here's the disconnect. And then disconnect receive. Nice. But it also... Okay, I see what's going on there. So I did a dash null there. What did I put the ID? I didn't put the ID up there, did I? This is good. So it hit my handler and then processed the disconnect. So that's good. It tried to remove it. I don't know if this key is correct. So let's see. Let's stop the server here. And drive to session ID, destination, session. Okay. Add that to the debug message. Alright. Alright then. Up. Channel. Okay, and log again. Session ID was this. Sub-Zero. Okay. So when I leave the page, so here's the, yeah, it's got null there. And let me make sure. And up here it was A4D blah 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 72E dash sub dash 0. I got dash null, so we don't get, I get the session ID back, but I don't get the so it can't really be based on both of those. It's gotta be the session ID itself has to be unique then. It's got to be, because it's a GUID, and the other part of this is just like Sub-Zero, which doesn't mean a damn thing at all. So okay, so I don't need all that crap that they had in their thing on their post. So all I really need. So where's it at? Like, I don't need this subscription ID at all, because that's not going to help. Just the session ID is enough. It seems like. Seems like the session ID will be. I gotta imagine it. I mean, I'll have to test it. That. I'll just session ID. Session ID. Hey, Ray Daniel? I hope I said that right. Ray Daniel? Yes, this is Java. Session ID. Session. Alright, that's good. Let me also. I guess. Sorry, what I'll do is I'll put a. Oh, if I'm just doing a session ID, it's just fine. Yeah. This time around, I should find it and make sure. I want to make sure that it actually removes these properly. The other thing is, these are both similar. Let's go. Good, void, remove, these implement another event somewhere. Abstract sub protocol. I'll just do it that way. Do I want maybe do something different if there's a disconnect later on? You know what? There's small enough methods that I'm not gonna sweat over it. They're very similar, but there could be a reason later on to do something different if there's a disconnect. I was gonna try to combine these, but the hell with it. There's 3-line methods. It's not buying me much doing that. Alright. Just verify that this is working. What'll be really good too, I'm wondering whether I should put a timestamp in there. Also, is there, what other, you have like session heartbeat? Session disconnect, unsubscribe, and subscribe. That's all we have there.
before you as the sky turned to gray. Would you wanna say things you never dared to say?
It's funny. Okay. I'm surprised they don't have a
For another chance.
heartbeat event.
Kneel down and pray. Would you forgive if you only had one day? If you were told
Huh.
the world ended today,
Huh.
would
All
you
right.
change?
I mean, I guess that's kind of a sub-protocol thing.
If love came calling,
Okay. So, Project
a window, would you
Queen.
hold on to him and beg him to stay?
Built.
Would you
Work directory. Constructing.
wrap your
And
arms
Queen build.
around things you never dared
Start her up.
say? Would you hold?
Okay.
Would you fall
Here.
down and pray?
Go to channel.
You knew
And
only had one day.
that here. User one subscribed. There's the session ID. Good. That's still working. All right. Back to the home page. And
If you only had
disconnect received for that session ID. E09101C. And this is subscribe to D091C. There you go. So those look like they match up. Awesome. There's our message that we sent. Truncated. Now remember me authenticate. I wonder if I can make that not so loud constantly. Not popular remember me token as it already contained next remember me token. I guess that's fun because it's just saying that remember me token wasn't there because, or the remember me token was there, but we didn't populate the security context holder because it already had, which is correct. So I guess it's fine. It kind of has to kick off on every page load. All right, cool. So that looks like that is working from what I can tell. At least on the disconnect stuff. I should probably try to gracefully disconnect as well, or gracefully unsubscribe and disconnect. Should add that probably to chat client here. Very least I can add the method for it. So they do that on here. Client description unsubscribe. I came back from subscribe. I don't know if I have that around, do I? don't save. I don't save that, so I don't know. Guess I need to save that. Scribe. Default value is 10 seconds. The auto reconnect default value is 5 seconds. Bug. I need a frame. WebSocket closes is the most reliable way of knowing that the connection has terminated when the WebSocket. There's actually a lifecycle handler there that I could tie onto. But I wonder. Scribe description. I have to hold on to that description, which I guess isn't a big. They. US clients. I clear that up. Oh, I guess I don't. I guess I imply it there. So I can just say this description equals that.
I want to make you know, girl, you got me falling out of style. You ran out of faith, but
So here on disconnecting, save this description, or well, I guess this description unsubscribe. And then this the US client that what? Where's that?
Take a risk, take a chance, and baby, I'ma show you on this side.
Something here. Deactivate. Client. Deactivate. Okay. Okay, we got that. So disconnecting the chat client there, and then chat. Yes. Check one. Isn't there a jQuery unload? By event fail, unload event, turn event, trigger, unload in jQuery method, remove the jQuery 3.0. That's all that's doing. They're like a. There was ready. jQuery ready. What I used, and then isn't there like an unready or something? It's not. Document ready. Huh. Those are events. I mean, obviously I can just find a browser event. I just thought maybe jQuery had a something. Loading. Yeah, here we go. Unload. This API has been removed in jQuery 3. Okay. Use on unload handler. On unload. The unload use trigger unload. So they just removed it altogether. And now just expecting to just tie onto the browser thing. So that the page upload before unload. Yeah, before unload. So do here. Documents on or unload. Yeah. And we'll just call Um, yeah. That widget. Connect. Oh, you know what? No. Let's do that. All right, so where am I at here? So it's running my channel. Leave the page. See what that looks like here in the log. Find it. The processing disconnect receive. Yeah, I don't see the I don't see the unsubscribe happen. Let me go and put a I want to be food. Go in chat client. Connect to console log. Unsubscribed and disconnected from chat. Is the channel name? Okay. Open. And get channel. Okay. Grab the chat, user one name. Leave. Did that not work? There we go. Leave. Oh, did it clear the console out? Here's the preserve log. No, there we go. My channel. Do one name. Left.
You say it's all my fault. I walked away from it all.
They didn't call it.
Those memories haunting our fall. A single life is
Didn't call that.
I gave you a chance to treat me right.
So
I'm a blank
what unload was the thing, right?
yourself a future with me. It's a mystery what awaits. Oh, it's a miracle life. It's a miracle day.
or unload. Yeah, you know what? That's the body level. See what that did. Oh, I didn't have the console open. That helps to have the console open. Didn't do it. So, I mean, I know that's not a reliable event, but I think it would be somewhat.
Always wanted this kind of outro. Wishing I could go back and tell everything I now know to a younger me. Looking up at 23, filled up with anxiety to overcome what's underneath and let him know he onto something. But he got some problems coming. You'll feel like you need a lot, but you'll act like you're wanting nothing. It's like you're paralyzed, can't move cause you're terrified. Mind inside a paradigm where you don't even dare to try. So you just lay at night, wide awake, branches of a way of life where everything is perfect till you open those ungrateful eyes. It's kinda like your place to hide. So instead, you'll do everything they say to do. You'll get a corporate job and make 100K out of school. The music still be working at it with your far from perfect habits. I wish that I could tell you that everything will be fine, but I'm not really sure I'm qualified to, because I thought I'd know what to say by now. And honestly, I thought I'd be in LA by now. Instead, I'm wasting all my time like I've got nothing to prove. Sit alone and ruin my day
Dude,
just for something
fine.
to do. And it's been the same for years without an evolution. Claim to be the next to do it without ever executing. I got a mixture of excuses and a list of resolutions, and feel guilty doing anything unless I've been productive. But time doesn't wait, so I'm just missing moments. I'm getting older without getting any closer.
Mouse
Every week
leave.
I board another flight that takes me farther from my
Window
goals and leaves
off
me at a
before
destination that
unload.
is hardly like a home. So now I'm out of sorts and feeling out of pocket. I'm drifting out of
Window
port,
on
settling
before
autopilot,
unload.
just to pay the price so I can pay the rent and either pay attention or fear this
And
pain again.
unload.
And honestly, I'm terrified that I'ma die and be forgotten quickly. If I go out, I don't know if there's a lot who'd miss me. Hopefully I'll really have a soulmate, so at least I'll have a
So,
body
okay, maybe it's
besides
because
mine
it-
rotting with me. My mind has been making all these
At the window
obstacles, and some
level?
days I wake up and I feel like I'm unstoppable, and then the next day it feel like it's all impossible. The world is at my fingers, but there's nowhere else I wanna go. And last night I finally hit my limit.
Try the
Liquor in my
window.
system, but never had clearer vision. Punching walls and throwing keys, glass shards and broken screens. I couldn't keep blaming life for problems, cause I know it's me. The root of all these
Just say
issues is the
wrong.
lack of all my actions. Tired of feeling like I'm not committed to my
Oh, I
passions.
closed it. Yeah,
And
no.
as the tears flow, I had a moment of clarity,
alright,
feeling
we
like
got
I'm
that.
finally hearing all the things I would say to me, like I'm begging you to cut the axe, then the annex. It isn't any kind of magic, ain't no rabbit and hat trick. It's just maximum actions at bats with natural talent, and it's gonna actually happen once you can axe the distractions. But right now nobody's nearing ya, and doing nothing is your mode and your median. You wanna flounder?
There you go, that
should
time
go
it
to
fired off.
aquariums. The block
Unsubscribe
is
and
mine like I'm
disconnected from
owning
chat.
Ethereum. I know you can hear me, but it's slow and I'm fearing
Okay,
you're gonna end up
so
like
then
another
did I get a
fucking
log
hole with
message
a
for
sneering
it?
man. Just walk around with absolutely no need for air and lungs. An Old Testament, back to times when Noah would pair him up. So please just for a minute put a hold on the snare and drums. Give me a moment to share the love, and if you're over it, fair enough. Just let me know now. Do you really want the gold, or are you here for fun? Cause if it's the latter, I'll happily end the banter. You
Where
can
we
get on
at
that
here?
plane and live happily ever after. But I saw the way you got up this morning.
Oh,
You
here we
haven't
go.
smiled since you stopped your recording.
Connect.
And I won't raise my voice now because
Subscribe
I'm tired of
to
yelling. Nobody's buying
processing
your race like you're
unsubscribe.
trying to sell it.
Unsubscribed
But it's okay,
received.
those who love you and believe in you, the
With
ones who
that,
wanna see you do the
disconnect.
shit that you've been meaning to. So treat this like you want it or get treated for this problem. You can't go through life
Even
laughing
spelled
with these clouds
received
around your
incorrectly.
conscience. You know you need to live each day
That's on
deliberate 'cause
me.
regret is unforgiving. You got
So
choices. Now show me which
unsubscribe.
one is it. And I'm not worried
Then
about the numbers
disconnect.
or the precedent
Disconnect
streams. Just
received.
prove to me that you can focus on
So
your
I did that
dreams.
as well. Processing disconnect.
Or else just give it up and move on. Pack your bags and put your suit on.
Nice. Okay, so that's working. Cool. Cool. Close that. And what we can do I mean, the remove doesn't hurt anything if it's already removed. So
As much as you love me, I just wanna love me. As much
removes the key, does nothing if the key is not in the map. Yeah, so that's fine.
I know the sun gon' shine.
And I gotta process it, the header, just to find the key. So can't get around that. There's no point in doing a check. So
Love me. As much as you love me. As much as you love
fix the word received. So it's spelled properly. All right, cool. That's good. I think we did some good things here. There's not a lot to see right now, but I can work on a button tomorrow to show all the users that are connected. Kind of a proof of concept. So that's good. We got that part working. And then from there, now I have that in a way that I can work on it. One of the things I'm gonna have to do here is make this available so we can see it, or at least make methods on this handler available so I can see who's in a particular topic. And then yeah, okay. Yeah, we got a good jumping off point here. Okay, let's go and submit what I've got. Right, because I think it's pretty good. Pretty good. All right. Chat presence.
Everybody keeps a secret. I'll tell you what if you tell me yours. You probably won't believe
Cool.
it.
All right.
Life is
Pushed
what
out
life
to
is.
the old GitHub.
At least in mine, I don't know about
We're looking here.
I'll meet you at the bus
Cool.
stop.
That's building.
Take you to another
Building as we go. And we're good. I think we're good for tonight, my friends. I went on longer than I was anticipating I would. But we'll be back well, I guess today, technically. It's Saturday for me now. But we'll be back in the afternoon, Saturday afternoon. Probably around 2:30, 3 p.m. my time. And we'll be going for a couple hours into the night, as I do on Saturdays. And then around 10 p.m. Eastern Time, I should be, unless something has changed, I should be having Rock and Stone Saturday. I should be joining Shin and hopefully others in some either Deep Rock Galactic or whatever else we're feeling up to. So hopefully that will all work out there. Let's see here. What we're gonna do is go see if see who is live on LiveSpace right now to give you a suggestion to go over to, since I can't read anybody, but we can look at what's out there. What do we got going on? Who's up and doing things? Got so many people to choose from here. Let me send you to someone I haven't sent anyone to before, maybe. Yeah, let's you know what? There's some Minecraft going on. Moonlight is playing Minecraft, so I'm going to send you over there. Or at least ask you to go over there and say hello and welcome. They've only got 4 followers, so they must be new to live space. So be over there. Hopefully go say hello and all those things. Is anybody... what do we got on Kick going here? Not much. So I'm just going to... I'll post the live space link in Kick as well. You can go take a look over there. That, and yep, that will do it for me then, my friends, for tonight. Like I said, I'll be back in the afternoon, Saturday afternoon, for some more code and stuff. We'll be picking up where I left off here. And I hope, just another reminder as well that I have joined a stream team called the Wild Crew. We are a bunch of streamers doing various things, mostly games of various genres in various time zones as well, across various services. So you'll find streamers on Twitch, streamers on Kick, and streamers on LiveSpace. A whole good group of people. I would recommend you go over there and check a look and see if there's see if you find some more streamers to check out and view and hang out with. The shortened link is memoryleakdeath.tv/TWC. That will take you to the team's website. I don't maintain the team's website. I just made a shortened link so that it's easy to get to. Go over to the team site. There's some bios over there. There's maybe even some clips for some people, and you can get to their respective channels and go take a look around, see what you see, and hopefully see some good things. But like I said, that's it for me. Thanks so much, everyone, for watching. I hope everyone has an excellent morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on what it is for you, and hope to see you back here again in the future for some more stuff, whatever happens to suit your fancy. Until then, see you, bye.
Same old story. Boy finds girl, boy loses girl, girl finds boy. Boy forgets girl, boy remembers girl. And girl dies in a tragic blimp accident over the Orange Bowl on New Year's Day.
Good year.
No, the worst.